Right, good morning guys, straight into it today. A little bit later starting than I wanted to be. But don't normally stream on a Thursday. This is a little bit of an extra one for me. So yesterday we did the Incubus on the left. We did the Blacksmith. Just the Incubus as a touch because his face is bothering me. I think it looks like his eyes are too low down or something. Feels a bit better. Right, so yeah, so yesterday we did the Incubus and the Blacksmith here. You can see so far. We'll just hide the Incubus for now. I think he's been decimated already. Let's just do a quick export on him after I've just adjusted the eyes. I think I already exported him yesterday, so basically I just need to make sure it's the correct version in the folder. Yeah, there we go. Folder for the Incubus, so it's already there. We'll just do a replace. Okay, job's good. Right, so we hide the ruler, we hide the Incubus. Let's bring back Dude's belt. And I began to put an apron on him yesterday, so let's just get this apron in. Okay. So my plan with the apron, I'm going to do. Come on. So I'm going to use. So I want some thickness to it because obviously it's a miniature, it's got to be in correct scale. We don't want anything too thin here, so that's about as thin as I really want to go. So I'm going to use the bend curve tool. I'm going to delete Dynamesh divisions for that. It's not Dynamesh, is it? Okay, so one of the things to remember. When you do bend curve, it uses the orientation of the widget gizmo, and it wants to place them along the green line, so the points will appear along the green axis. So I'm completely wrong. I'm lying to you. Now it should work. Right, now it's coming out. So what I'm looking to do here is I just want to roughly kind of shape it to the body, give it the curve. And then I'm going to duplicate it and I'm going to place it again on top. Okay, so let's just take Gizmo off. And duplicate. Oops. I'm just going to bring it forward. So what I want to do is I want to make it look like the apron that he would normally have around his neck. It's folded over. Like he's taken it from around his neck and just dropped it down. So if I position that there, I'm just going to shrink this down to it's approximately like, so I'd say there maybe, just level with the shoulder. Okay, so we're going to drop that now down to there. Dynamesh. Turn off lines. I'm just going to roughly, it's always rough, dynamic topology on. I'm going to come down here. About there, we're going to taper it in. Then I'm going to put a rectangle in. This is for the next strap. This is Dynamesh, so we're going to go to Gizmo. Sorry, Gizmo, we're going to change that to bend the curve again. Okay. Before I do that, let's go back to Gizmo and just shrink it down as well a bit. Now I'm just going to mirror and weld that across the x-axis. And I'll just tidy up that joint in the middle. This is the inside of the apron. Here we're just going to pull this back behind the belt. Right, now if I show you this, the geometry at the back here is absolutely shocking. And what I'm doing now, I'm doing out of pure shame more than anything. There's no real reason to have to go and do this. For the purpose of the miniature, what we're looking at is the stuff you can see on the outside. So as long as this bit is not actually visible to the outside of the model, when we dynamesh the whole thing together at the very end, it's all those sins and all that god awful geometry, that's all hidden forever. So with this one, again, we're just taking this back behind the belt. I will do once I adjust the belt again. So just going to drag that belt forward so it cuts underneath the thing there. Let's give this belt a bit of geometry. Quickly dynamesh it. Got some, I don't know what's going on there, but I've got a few surface tessellations that should have gone that haven't. So I'm just going to polish them out now that it's been dynameshed. And I'm going to use a clay tool, low intensity, bigger draw size. I'm just going to run it through the inside so it gives it a slight little indent through the middle of the belt. What that's going to do is when you throw a wash onto it, the wash is going to run into the recesses and darken the middle of the belt, and then when you run your paintbrush along the edge, you pick up the upper edge. Then of course you end up with a nice edge that's easy to pick up and highlight. Or if you do a slap chop and you're dry brushing, the top edge and the bottom edge will pick up with the dry brush. The inner bit will stay kind of a greyish colour, and then when you put your washes and tints over it, you've got that natural gradient and everything else applied. So the apron here, I'll dynamesh this now. Smooth out the surfaces. I'm going to switch over to orb cracks. I'm going to turn off lazy mouse. I'm going to boost up my intensity to about 50. Reduce the draw size, and I can put a few kind of holes and nicks and scuffs and stuff into the apron here. You don't want to be symmetrical with this. It's also a good idea to vary the draw size a little bit, so you can have some smaller holes and some bigger ones. And I tend to do this when I'm tattooing up a character to make them look either rough, undead. You know, if I'm doing like bad guys, like bandits and things like that, they tend to get a little bit of this kind of treatment. Like they're not particularly worried about looking after their own gear. That was a waste of time, wasn't it? Let's just make that a little bit less symmetrical. Move it out of the way so we can actually see the little bits of detail I actually just put in there. We're going to do the same one here as well. So just use the orb cracks brush just to put a few little nicks in the strap. not too many. And then we'll do the same up on this top bit. Okay, so I'm going to cut all the way through this one. Okay, right, so I can merge the three parts of the apron together. And they all move as one piece now. Okay, right, so pose-wise, there's posing resource left to really do on him now. I'm going to put some cuts and nips onto his clothing as well. So bear in mind he's a blacksmith, these little holes are like embers burning through his clothes. That's my theories at least. So I want them more on the front than I want them anywhere else. So I don't know if you've ever had like a little ember land on a t-shirt and it burns its way through. You see welders, a welder's t-shirt, it's always leaves you wondering what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to do a little, reduce the draw size down. You don't want to get too small with it, but we do a couple of little mini holes. Again, you don't want everything to be consistently the same in terms of detail sizes, because it can look a little bit weird. Don't be too prescriptive with like patterns and things like that. You don't want to be too regular. Okay. Here we're going to put a little buttons on. I'm not going to cut the bottom of that because we'll actually cut from the top in this case. With a rolled up sleeve. If you start to see the edges pixelated as you're doing this, remember to put your dynamic tessellation on Zbrush Pro. Sorry, Sculpts Pro. If you ever hear me talking about dynamic tessellation, by the way, I am talking about the Sculpts Pro mode. Dynamic tessellation is the process that it applies when you're sculpting. But obviously it's not what it's called in the system. The dynamic tessellation is basically just adding geometry when you need it. So rather than like subdividing the whole model or dynameshing everything with a higher resolution, you can use Sculpts Pro mode as long as the model's below about 1.5 million polys. And that is active, by the way, so we've got like 1.1 million polys here with the body, the clothing and everything else activated, forgetting the apron and the belt. 1.14 million polys. Good morning PCM, how are you doing? The 1.4 million polys allows us to still use dynamic tessellation through Sculpts Pro mode, but once we get to about 1500 it's going to start lagging a lot. We get up to about 2 million, sorry, it might still work, but it's going to be touch and go. And then after 2 million, pretty much it's just going to start shutting down and it's going to refuse to happen. You'll get an actual error message in Zbrush at the top up here in the title bar, saying that you can't use dynamic tessellation because the mesh is too big. Ah, what character stuff are you doing? So yeah, so basically we're so his left arm is sorry, his right arm is in place now. I just need to merge that to his t-shirt and then smooth it all in. And I've just got to deal something with his other arm, position his legs and do his head. You tired of Hero Forging now? Let's just do a little twist in his leg. Nothing mega. They're NPCs, they're not dynamic characters, I don't want them to be all action-y or anything else, so... Oh dear, what the bloody hell happened there? Okay, auto group. I don't know what happened then. I had bits of stuff everywhere and it was not pleasant. It's wretched creatures. Can I hover over that and see it bigger? Or? What is that? I can't quite tell. Like a little angel, is it? Oh, and that's my blood hunter. Nice. How's she? You got like a wild and wacky backstory for this one, or? I need to start doing this again. Like when I first started doing this, I used to take I used to take requests from people about their own characters. So we'd actually make up a custom sculpt for people based on the character they were playing in the game. Obviously the problem was sometimes it was, or what ended up happening was it took me so long to get around to them. By the time I actually sculpted the models, people's campaigns had finished. They didn't need the figure anymore. So it was quite difficult to try and time up. So, but I did enjoy doing it. I enjoyed, like, you know, creating things for people. So I'd like to get back into doing it again. But it's always nice working with other people's kind of like, you know, input and stories and things. Because a lot of the time, obviously, you're doing this as a full-time job. You're like, I am the designer, I'm the sign off, I'm not the manager, you know, the art director. I do everything. So because I'm doing everything, sometimes it's nice to work with other people where they're giving you a little bit of steering and direction. It takes some of the onus off you. And it is nice to just have that. Oh God. It's nice to have that level of interaction with people as well, especially when you're kind of, like, say, self-employed, you're your own boss, kind of having to work on your own all the time. Right, let's merge this apron on and the belt. Do that belt first. Let me just nick it out a few times. So more common characters and like peasant-y type ones, I'll tend to do more of this kind of like, yeah, go for it, absolutely. Looks like it's me, you and one other here, so at the moment, so yeah, let's talk. Tell me about your character. Okay, so we're going to merge the belt into the blacksmith. I'm going to take the oh, that's really helpful and convenient, actually. Normally I wouldn't have sliced his arse off. Do you know, I'll be honest, Aasimar is one of the races I'm not overly familiar with. I've not had a lot of interaction with, like, the Aasimar as a concept. So I know they're like angelic, but I don't know an awful lot more than that. Do feel free to elaborate and explain stuff like you're talking to an idiot. and not hold it against you. Right, 7 eyes, wings behind her ears, oddly symmetrical scarring along her arms and legs, incomprehensible iris colour, cries blood, and a lot more horrific to behold than Asimara is supposed to be. Sounds awesome. Now, I don't think she's an Asimara, but I've got to, for the Descent into Avernus stuff that I'm doing is my main release. This is part of this Descent into Avernus campaign. I've got to do a sculpt of the Archduke Zariel at some point, and I know she's like kind of angely. I don't know if she's Asimara or if she's something else, but I suspect something else. But do you have any larger artwork overall? A fallen celestial, right? Thank you for that. So I know she was an angel, and then she becomes like an archfiend, doesn't she? So, oh shit, that's a bit lazy mouse arm, intensity right down, draw size right up. Trying to put these things there to give them kind of a twisting. That was bullshit, wasn't it? You can't see any of it. Trying to give him like the impression that he's twisting at the waist to touch. So trying to put some directional turning into the directional folds into the fabric of his top. Okay. Now here, just to the point of detail on a sculpt, this little gap is something I absolutely loathe. So I'm just gonna close it in. When you're making models, you do not want those little piddly gaps, because that's an area where you might end up having to get supports in there, you might get resin trapped in there, you're damn well not getting a paintbrush into it. If you can't get a paintbrush into there, then you don't want the gap on the model. Also, this little bit here is possibly going to cause me some trouble. So I'm just going to take this top, I'm just going to pull it out, and I want it to contact that hammer. And his hand, so I just want a little bit of contact there, and it just, again, it closes the gap. But it also gives me an extra bit of support that I haven't got to put in. So when you come to do the supports on the models, you obviously have to get into all the little nooks and crannies. You've got to support all the free hanging areas, and as it stands, like this arm, before I did that, before I put that into there, this arm is supported by this hammerhead. So I'd need loads of supports on this hammerhead to make sure it's got the structural. What bloody hell's happened then? To make sure it's got the structural integrity to manage. Come on, let's polish it down. That there's enough, like I say, structural anchoring and stuff on that tip, on the hammerhead, to bear the weight of the arm all the way up to the shoulder. But now, contacting it there, the hammerhead has only got to take the hammerhead supports have only got to take the weight up to this point of the arm, and then by connecting this into the hand, it's only now got to do the hammerhead itself up to the hand. So the more, let's call it integrated supports, the more of these like integrated elements you can put into a sculpt, the easier it's going to be to print. And the less of these tiny little gaps, again, the less islands you'll have, the less issues you're going to encounter when you're coming to do supports on them. Because you don't want to have to try and get little micro mini supports into there that you're going to have to remove later, because realistically you're not going to be removing them. Because it's a tiny little sliver of a gap. But your slicer's still going to tell you the supports are needed in there. Okay, so that is almost done. Let me just turn his head a touch. I think I'm going to rotate him towards this way. So I'm looking upwards a touch, so he's got this bit of a an aloof air. Let's move his neck. Turned his head, so I need to move his neck muscles and make a few micro adjustments to the position. So PCM, have you considered making your sculpting your own models then, or are you just are you happy kind of like just using Hero Forge to make up the things that you envisage? She's got a nice thick neck, and then I want to move his throat around to this way a touch. Brilliant. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to merge his body to his head. So group them, polygroup them together. I'm going to put his t-shirt all together. Let's polygroup that together. Do you know, you say that it's quite an easy thing to kind of adapt and pick up, you know. There's processes you're following a lot of the time. So if you can be process minded, there's a way you can actually kind of get around it. But you just need the will to do it, really. I know a couple of people who have they've not really been, you know, artistic and whatever else, and then they've managed to pick up sculpting. I'll say not everybody's even got the desire to like kind of have a go, do you know what I mean? And that's fine, because it's not for everyone. Right, so now I'm just going to, we'll add some more dinks and holes and stuff on his boots and maybe in his trousers in a minute, but first I'm going to bump up my resolution, so we're just over about 1200 mark. With groups activated, we're going to dynamesh. So that should give us about 3.5 million. I was going to say. It beat me to it. I'm going to isolate his face now. I'm going to come in with the brush. I'm just going to smooth out all of this transition, or all of this kind of like joining point around his neck. I'm going to give him the what's he call it now? Triple ripple at the back of the head. Oh, that's a bit hardcore, that is. Let's tone that down. It's quite warm when I started sculpting. I'm feeling a bit chilly now. Okay, we're going to come in here. We're going to do the same thing. I'm just going to use the clay brush just to build up some of this. I don't want to kind of take it in too much. I don't use the clay brush often, but I don't want to use clay build up because it means I've got to buff it out and polish it all back and faff about then, you know what I mean? His t-shirt is one piece. I'm actually going to I said I wasn't going to use polish on it, but... Hey Riz, how are you doing, mate? Alright, mate. Yeah, I'm alright, am you? Shouldn't do that, I'm not a yum yum. How am you? It's Wolverhampton, isn't it? It's Black Country, the Yam Yams. Yeah, I'm alright, am you? Oh, busting, ain't it? Dudley, Wolverhampton. It's mostly Dudley, isn't it, if you're honest? Dudley. It's Dudley, that is. One of my cousins is proper yam yam. I ain't seen him in years actually though, but it's one of the things that always annoys me actually. They go to anytime you see them on the news and they go into Birmingham city centre and they always interview people and they always get the yam yams, and then everybody thinks that everybody from Birmingham's a yam yam and it's the same thing. What, Dudley way? Oh, mate. Oh, you saying Stourbridge actually reminds me. There's a guy I've got to send some stuff off to. He's setting up a gaming club at school for his for the kids in school. And he wants to get them doing D&D and role plays and stuff, so I said I'll send him some some models to get them started. But he's in Stourbridge. anybody else watching who's not from the Midlands, do apologise for all of the weird noises coming off my stream. Just I'll just close these gaps up here. Oh, Briley Hill, yeah. That's where my cousin lives, actually. Briley Hill. They used to go there all the time, and we always used to get to Merryhill when we were there because it was quite close. I hate Merryhill though. Merry hell, isn't it? Got bad experiences going there as a younger one. Protein powder. You know you can buy protein powder from other places other than just Merryhill. PCM, what's your next character you're working on then? We got another one in the works right now. Yeah, they did used to have the tram actually. Have you made her on Hero Forge? Have you got a kind of a monorail? That was the word. Yes. I don't think it's there anymore. See, unfortunately, I've not actively played a game of D&D in a long time. I keep meaning to, but it's just time, you know. Self-employed and being my own boss and stuff like that. It's like to commit to a D&D session is a big thing, and unfortunately, I don't have the time to do it, and it's not fair to, you know, commit to something I can't maintain and keep up with. But I've got my son chomping at the bit to play a game now. Oh yeah, you set the scene and explained who she was, but you didn't tell us about the background. Far away when you're ready. What's that, Riz? You're missing home. Yeah, if they're not expecting that, I imagine that'd be very, very jarring, wouldn't it, when that little one pops out? God's sake. I haven't heard about many recently, actually. Got a couple of friends who are police officers, and usually you kind of hear about it from them, from things, but there doesn't seem to have been a massive amount, not local around here anyway. I don't imagine there's a lot of that kind of stuff in Japan, to be honest. I don't know why. I always think they're a bit more civilised. I mean, I know you have things like, and again, I don't know how widely spread it is. I know you've got the whole Yakuza kind of thing over there. So certain things are a bit taboo because of that. Yeah, I kind of expected as much. I think it's one of those cultural, like samurai, isn't it? I think a lot of things are kind of culturally kind of expected. But there's that whole like certain tattoos, aren't there, that are kind of frowned upon because of it and stuff. So there is a kind of a cultural impact there that's kind of a bit more substantiated, a bit more long-standing. PCM, what has to go wrong then for a for this child to be born from a human family? Is there some kind of divine intervention or some kind of something else at play, or is it just genetic anomaly, or like a bit of past lineage that kind of crops up again, or? Right, I'm happy to call this guy finished now. I'm really liking him actually. Let's duplicate him. Let's rename this one Blacksmith Polys. What I always do is I always keep the polygon version of him, where it's like, polygrouped version, so I can isolate various parts. I always keep that, but then I duplicate it, and then I'll do a Dynamesh on the whole thing with groups turned off. So Dynamesh the entire model altogether. Auto group him. Yes, it went yellow, not red. Hoorah! So there's no real reason to want it to be yellow over than red, other than that I'm colourblind and I can't see the detail when it goes red. 90% of the time when I do a Dynamesh, a group operation, the first group it gives me is red, and I can't see a thing on it. I have to quickly change it usually and use a different one, unless I'm feeling pretty masochistic, in which case I might just run with red for a little bit. Birmingham got a new tower. What's that then? The Octagon. Where is it? I know nothing about it. I haven't been to Birmingham in ages. Is this one of these stupid regeneration ideas they try and stop it being such a dump? They go and put it in some kind of like god awful area that nobody's ever going to want to go to. Like that, what was it now? The Science Museum, that's ropey as hell, isn't it? You know what I mean? Yeah, oh, I haven't seen that. It's going to be bigger than the BT Tower, and what's that massive, the massive great big glass building at near New Street, I forget what it's called. It's a big hotel. I want to say it's like the Regency, but I don't think it is. Is that a Paradise Circus? No, it's not, is it? I'm trying to figure out where it actually is. Looking at the map, looking at the aerial photo. What's this thing that looks like a swimming pool surrounded by flagpoles or whatever? Just don't know. Can't quite place it. Maybe bottom of Broad Street. Yeah, the hotel, the big glass thing on the bottom of Smallbrook Queensway by the Pagoda Island. God's sake. Okay, so Blacksmith, pretty happy with. Just do a quick snap of him. Oh shit, do you know what? I just realised there's something going on with his fingertips. I think I've moved them. Yeah, I've moved them and they're freaking inverted. Oh, PCM. Her parents cared for her but slowly grew to resent her as they realised her existence ruined their family reputation. Yep. Who could blame them for what they thought? Who in their right mind would trust people that birthed a monster? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, but it's the top of Broad Street is 5 ways, isn't it? So it's the opposite end to 5 ways, isn't it? So it's the I think it is Paradise Circus kind of end, because that was where they did the I don't know when you were last down there, but they've knocked down all of Paradise Circus, and it made a real mess there for like several years. The posh part. There is no posh part of Birmingham, mate. I mean, some would argue Edgbaston. King's Heath's the trendy part, but even that ain't posh. That's rough as arseholes, that is. Moseley, not King's Heath. King's Heath, I think, is where the hipsters are living. King's Heath and Moseley, the hipster areas now, but they're both rough as arseholes. But the hipsters like it boho, do you know what I mean? So. Should redo the Dynamesh. No, his fingers are sorted out. I don't know how I missed that. How did I not see that till the render? Okay, let's save that. Pre-process. You had a weird dream. What? Where there was a posh part of Birmingham or something different, Riz? So you say she got 7, 1 of 7 is she? 1 of 7 kids? You're just missing home there, are you, Riz? 6 older siblings. Okay, she's the youngest of 7. I don't think I would miss it either, to be honest. I mean, we've talked about kind of like moving overseas somewhere in the past, but like my wife Hayley, she's too kind of like close to family and stuff, and I don't think she could physically do it. You know, I would love to go and live somewhere else where it wasn't, you know. But I don't know if the grass is greener anywhere else. If I'm honest, you know what I mean, you kind of think like it's a bit of a shit show at times, and there's some major issues in the UK. But you know, talking to Max about Germany, it sounds like there's some major issues over there. Don't like the sound of the way certain things operate there, and then other places in the EU, you know, it's going to be much of a muchness. I think everyone's going to have issues, isn't it? Leave your wife and kids and come to Japan. Can't, I love them too much. Couldn't leave them behind. I almost did when I was younger though. God, my mum and dad nearly buggered off to New Zealand. I could have been a Kiwi if they'd actually gone through it, by the way. Nah, it's alright, Riz. Say what you want, mate. Yeah, I thought so as well. I could have been a hobbit in Lord of the Rings or something, you know what I mean? But they pissed on my chips and ruined that one for me. You know, you lived everywhere, mate. There was a while ago when I was looking at moving to Fort Worth, Texas. I really wanted to work for Reaper. This is going back before social media. I didn't want to work for Games Workshop. I really did not like Nottingham, and I didn't want to kind of have to move to Nottingham to work for Games Workshop. And I really liked the idea of working for Reaper, but they were based over in Fort Worth, Texas. And I was kind of umming and ahhing about potentially like moving out that way and just chancing it, you know, see if we can get an opportunity there and move there. And then for various reasons, it just fell through. I was looking to buy my first house, and you know, I bought the house with my ex, who obviously turned out to be a complete psychopath. After we'd got engaged and bought a house, everything kind of like escalated and became a lot more hardcore. But yeah, the whole thing when we were looking, we looked at house prices here and then we looked at house prices elsewhere. And yeah, it was, you know, Fort Worth was an option, a possibility, and house prices were roughly about equivalent to what we were paying here, but you got a lot more for your money. It obviously just meant uprooting and relocating, but I didn't have kids or anything then, so it was, you know, wasn't such an issue. But again, I think it was family anchors that kind of stopped us from doing it and going then. Okay, so he's done. Let's export him. Let's get the ruler in the scene. Oh, it's sideways. I always like the place names in New Zealand and Australia as well. Luxembourg in Germany. You can spit through Luxembourg, can't you? It's that small. It's not bad advice, is it really? At least travelling around, you get to see a little bit of everywhere and then decide where you finally want to settle. And obviously for you, it sounds like Japan's the place. Or are you planning on moving again? I don't know. Have you got any kind of inclination to go anywhere else, or are you happy there? Right, so starting off with the first child, her oldest brother, hated us when a healthy degree, but due to his high charisma, everyone in town, including her, loved him despite the fact he was right, yeah. Stay in Japan and then retire in New Zealand. See, I always liked the idea of Australia. My aunt moved out to Australia, like, probably 20 years ago now. And she's done really well out there, and she owns her own accountancy firm, and they've got like a big house with land. They've got like dirt bike track on their land and stuff like that, and their own lake. So they've done really well. But God, it's the bugs and stuff that put me off, man. I could not do Australia for like the spiders and the scorpions and the snakes, and you've got brown recluse spiders that hide in your boots that will kill you dead. You've got black widows, you've got all sorts of like wolf spiders and things. You've got these giant things that like hide behind clocks the size of dinner plates. I'm like, nah, that's not gonna happen. Let's just not do that, yeah? Okay, so does she still wear a mask now, or is she out of the masks there, PCM? Norway, Sweden and Switzerland are three places that I quite like the idea of, to be honest. Switzerland, I love the place, but it's expensive. So you don't pay tax on your income, but you pay tax on everything. Everything else. So everything's expensive. So going there as a visitor, when you've been taxed on your income anyway, and then you're going to buy stuff, everything's just really pricey. But obviously if you live there, you're not being taxed at source, you're being taxed on the purchases and stuff, so you'd probably be a little bit better off. It might balance out. But yeah, I do like the idea of Switzerland. And then obviously, you know, Scandinavian countries like say Norway and Sweden. I don't know, they just feel like they're more chilled and less affected by all of the shitty politics and stuff. She does still wear a mask then. Is it like a full head type thing, or is it just like a face covering? I know you said she's got like wings behind her ears, and I don't know if that's like standard and normal, but is she trying to hide them as well, or is it like export? He only made it to cover her face. Ah, right. gun crime and grenade attacks. I haven't read about that bit. Maybe not so great there. Right, let me just check what these guys are that I'm going to make now, these dwarves. So it's 3 dwarves. They are shield dwarves, I think. Let me tick off the baker. I better leave the baker on. I've got children and wife to make. Blacksmith and incubus is done. 3 good shield dwarf commoners, 1 female mason, and then mason slash cleric. Right, let me just check. So shield dwarf is the race, it's not a class. They're known as mountain dwarfs. How do you identify a shield dwarf? Okay, so they're taller than normal dwarves, so let's make this look do. Okay, duplicate. We're going to go... I'm just going to stretch him off, be crude about it. Yeah? So the standard dwarf is there. Oh no, wrong one. Standard dwarf is there. Ah! Go away! Sod off. So they're on average about a foot taller, which is... oh, half a foot taller. So that, yeah, that's probably about where I need them. Okay, so that's my standard dwarf base mesh. So that's how big a normal dwarf would be. The shield dwarf here. Had green or silvery blue eyes. Obviously that comes down to the paint job. Oh, guys, just need to pop you on mute a second. I've got a call coming in. Guys, I just need to make another quick call now. I'm just going to put you on a BRB for a minute, okay, while I just sort this out. I'm going to go and grab another coffee as well, okay? So, don't go away, and I'll be making some shield dwarf dudes in a minute. Okay? Catch you in a minute.
Territorial computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay guys, I'm back now. Sorry about that, I just had to sort out some delivery for Essen. So Max with Nanolith. The Nanolith characters I sculpted for him a while back now. They're having them all printed and Shop 3D are doing a production run for them. But their original printer let them down. He was supposed to be doing it, so it was a short notice arrangement. I've managed to pull some strings and get them to literally drop everything and get it on straight away. But now it's finished, it's ready to go, and Max travels to Essen on Tuesday. Well, he's not. Essen doesn't start on Tuesday, but he's travelling there for the show. And the delivery is going to get there possibly Monday, possibly Tuesday. So it's a little bit touch and go. So if I'm trying to figure out if it's better to send it to his accommodation or if it's going to his house and he's just going to hang on setting off to Essen until he's received it. So just a little bit of a logistics headache at the moment, but hopefully Max gets his gear and we're good. Okay, so I think let me just check something. I think I did female dwarf base mesh. Yeah, female dwarf template, there we go. I'll save the whole bloody lot. That was unnecessary. Okay, let's just take everybody else out. We only need her in. So let's delete this dwarf. The ogre can go. The hands. Might keep that one. That dwarf can go. I'll keep him, just in case I need to nick his boots. Count Olaf can go. Actually, do have the ruler in the scene. Okay, so these are Shield Dwarf Commoners. So female Mason / Cleric. Okay, so hair. I'm going to make the hair more big and curly. I think this one. Ruler. So. How should we do the hair on this lady? Okay. Let's apply it to max first. Okay. So how should we do the hair? Should we give her oh no. I was just in case, for the avoidance of doubt here, I'm designing this dynamically on the fly. I have no concept to work from, so I'm completely winging it, just trying a few different things, see what works. So, doing a few things and it looks a bit ropey, shout up. If you've got any ideas for how this female mason could look or should look, happy to hear them. Oh shit. Right guys, I apologise. I have got so much conversation here that I've missed because it was scrolled up, so I've missed it. Pagan, Adam, welcome to the chat. Shepherd Creations, hopefully you're still here. Good morning, good afternoon, hope you're well. Crikey, Bill. Yeah, apologies for ignoring you entirely. So yeah, Shepherd, all my own creations, all my own designs. So usually what happens... Oh, I feel like a tit when I do this. I must have scrolled up by accident with the thing. When you scroll, the chat kind of continues below, but it scrolls to, it pauses where you've scrolled to. So yeah, my bad, unfortunately. Yeah, so they're all my own, all my own designs, all my own concepts. I am completely winging it design-wise. There's no drawing to work from. All I've got is a character description. So, first off, Adam, good shout on the hair, mate. I'll get on with that. That sounds like a good idea. I say she's not doing anvil work. She's a mason, so she's going to be like carving stone. But even still, you don't want your hair in your way, do you? Hence the beefy arms, Shepherd. So with these characters, the three I'm doing here, we need to look at Descent into Avernus. So this is what I'm sculpting for. So if I go into Descent into Avernus and I find the chapter where I'm at. So we're in Elturel at the moment, which is Elturella's Fallen, chapter 2. And there are... Oh, where are we at? So at the beginning of chapter 2, there's a whole section of encounters in Elturel. And this first one is... it's called the Collapsed Building. It's an encounter. So, So characters hear cries for help emerging from the rubble. If you succeed in your rescue attempts, the victims are 3 lawful good shield dwarfs, 2 labourers, 2 male labourers and a female mason. So non-combatant characters, they're all commoners, so they're not going to get into fights or anything else, but the I say the shield dwarfs, they're a little bit bigger than normal dwarfs, but they are this is the bandit, by the way. This is the dwarf bandit I made previous. So I need to come into this and just remove some of the bandit gear. Well, if you want to get into designing STL files and miniatures and stuff, you're in the right place. Ask any questions you want. Feel free to Feel free to fire away. Wieldable, you're talking like weapons and things like that for cosplay and stuff. Handleable props and things. Awesome sauce. Okay, so you're doing like more modelling side of things. You're looking at getting into like sculpting then. See, for me, I find the sculpting really kind of intuitive because I've done it for so long. I've been sculpting for about 20 years, so I started sculpting miniatures in green stuff and putty and stuff about 20 years back. The main thing with miniatures, and oh you prick, fucking Zbrush. Arsehole. Zbrush, you complete spad rocket. Every bloody time. You don't even have to do anything to upset it and offend it, do you know what I mean? It's just... No, I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to do that today. Let's split that off. Let's try and work in a more conducive manner. Yeah, no worries, mate, no worries. Okay, so how's it going anyway, Adam? What are those crown-like hair bands? Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, she's a cleric and a mason. I think that'd be a good shout. So what else have I missed? Because I kind of rushed to the end of the chat here. So. Bunker's in the house as well. How you doing, mate? I went live about 10:30 this morning. A little bit later. I think I posted a message on the Discord with the picture of yesterday's stream progress, just to kind of show where I'd got to. If you haven't seen it already, by the way, guys, as well, let me just show you the... Where's he at? The blacksmith, where'd I put him? No, that's the imp and the baker. There he is. A big beefy blacksmith ready to rock. Cheers, Adam. Appreciate it, mate. I'm really happy with him, actually. He's a unit of a dude. I think he'd be really nice to paint as well. He looks like he could be a Victorian era barber as well as a blacksmith, do you know what I mean? Just change his hammer out for a pair of a big old cutthroat razor or something. Right, let's get to this dwarf lady. Okay, so I'm just going to take the... I'm going to take the dress off her as well. I'm going to merge the dress to the vest. Okay, I'm going to merge all of this together. Wrong tool. She's got little cap shoulders, let's take them off. Let's put them onto the dress as well. Okay, so let's just trim this up. Let's take the extra shoulder pads off. Blend it all in together. Actually want to wear an armour, so but I do want some of the detail that's from the armour. It is, isn't it? It's got that Super Mario vibe. I don't know if you guys have started watching it or not, but the new series of Castlevania Nocturnes on Netflix today. I think today's the first day it's actually on there. I managed to watch 2 episodes of it before the stream started this morning, and so far it's not disappointing. But I'm not such a big fan of Richter Belmont in this as I was of Trevor Belmont in the other one. So you do life-size wearables, nice. Do you have a Patreon or anything you're running those through, or do you just have like a web store or something like that? The first series of Castlevania on Netflix is really, really good. The current season so far, it's set further forward in time, so it's more in like the original one was like I want to say like Dark Ages, say, and that was really good. You had Trevor Belmont as your main protagonist in that, and obviously it was all about Alucard and Dracula. And then this current season, I'm not sure who the bad guy is in it yet, but we've got it doesn't appear to be Dracula this time around. Yeah, do you know what, Shepard? I was just about to say actually, if you go onto our Discord server, let me just do the see if I beat Bunker to it. Aha, yes. If you want to join our Discord server on there, we've got a self-promo thread and stuff like that. You can come on there, you can come and share your stuff away. But if you want to post a link up in the chat here, I'll pop it up on screen. We'll have a little look at it, but. Yeah, if you want to kind of get any kind of input from miniatures and stuff like that, feel free to just ask away. We've got a sculpting thread on there, so you can kind of get in a message and stuff. And there's a bunch of us who do digital minis and stuff on there. So if you need any kind of directional steering or critique or feedback or any of that kind of stuff, then we're all around. There you go. Welcome to the stream, Shepherd. Yeah, so we've got a self-promo channel, so you can post your links, anything you make, post into there if you want. It's always going to be worth a shot. And then if you've got any questions, you want to engage on anything else, just jump in and get stuck in. You do Twitch as well. Check it out. Can we give you a follow?
I design.
There we go.
除非你有很多内装，或者是说你跟那种影片里面的一样，是真的有很多。
Oh, nice.
你可能改
Seen your
你可能有一些
your World
自己
of
改
Warcraft
的地
axe
方
on
用
there.
水泥去盖，打滑，用水泥去盖，或者是。
Pleasure, mate. Thanks for sharing. Right, so if you've got any questions about like specifics to do with miniatures, feel free to just ask away anyway. So I'm always happy to help. The main thing you've got to consider is the scale. So obviously, with your stuff, you're doing stuff that's like real sized. What you got to remember is when that's scaled down, you've got minimum wall thicknesses and things you've got to kind of adhere to. So typically we're looking at about a 1.2mm to 1mm to 1.2mm tolerance. So wicked. Do you mean someone like me, someone who's a painter and a sculptor and hobbyist, etc.? So yeah, so the your minimum wall thicknesses are the main things. You've got to factor in, like I've talked about it loads lately. I feel like I'm doing it to death, but it's important. It's like the scale aspect. So scale, a lot of these companies that are around at the moment, they seem to think you can just call it 75mm scale or 32mm scale or whatever it is, because that's the size you printed it at. And the reality of it is scale has to be factored in for the point you're sculpting. So let's say we've got a 1.2mm ideal minimum thickness, probably 1mm if you want to push it, for any kind of like freestanding components. So ankles, wrists, fingers you can get away with a little bit because they're just a little bit more they're smaller, they're a bit more forgiving, they're not really freestanding. Things like spears and things like that, and swords, that's where your minimum thickness is really going to come in. And obviously you've also got to account for the fact that as things get smaller, the details need to be exaggerated, so you need to start to stylise a bit more. So you have to move away from realistic proportions and start looking at more, like I say, almost like caricature and exaggeration. So what we've got to do is you take a model that's like this big, and that might look clunky and simple. Hey Rich, how you doing, mate? It might look clunky and simple in terms of like the detail and the smooth and the texturing and stuff like that. But when you actually zoom out and you look at it like that, and you kind of go, actually that's how big it's going to be. Can I read the detail at that scale? You know, put a ruler on your screen, and like say for me that is it's probably about right. So I know I want it to be like 25mm to the head. So if I scale that so she's actually the correct scale, this is obviously going to be different for you guys because it's going to be dependent on your screen. That's kind of how big she is for me. So you've got to look at the level of detail you can get into the model relative to the actual size, and it's not a race to get the most detail in. It's to it's making sure you get the appropriate level, dial it back a little bit. Yeah, this is the thing. You're trying to go bigger where you want things to be. You're going to be seeing things up close on a person, and the bit you need to really consider with miniatures is all about it's going to be viewed from 3 foot away or 2 foot away on a tabletop and has to be painted by somebody. So the things you need to factor in are readability at a distance, sufficient exaggeration that things actually still are evident when you print. So again, let's look at the eyes on this. Nobody has got eyelids that thick in real life. Do you know what I mean? That's not a thing. The lips are crazy, the nose is mental, and eyebrows are obviously way too thick. But all of these things, once you start printing them, if you haven't got that kind of like distance and separation from the eyeball to the front of the eyelid, then you're not actually going to have an eye on the model. Like, even with the highest resolution printers, you'll barely have any kind of like distinction from the eyeball to the actual skin, the body. And then the next thing you're going to do is paint that, and whatever definition you did have is lost. So let's check your Instagram. So yes, it's all about this whole. Oh, nice, mate. Do you know who would like this? Rosie on stream today. That is bloody awesome. If Rosie's on, we need to get. I think, in fact, Bunker, if you're about there, mate, do you want to fling that link over to Rosie? Shepard, if you want to throw your store link in the thing, we got one of the guys who joins the stream quite regularly. He's very much. Oh, you're doing a Zach Fisher one, nice. I messaged Zach ages ago about a bit of a collaboration. He never got back to me. You know, when he was posting, I don't know what his situation is now, but he was posting some messages about how he was really struggling financially, and you know, he needed to find some alternative ways to make money. And I sent him a message asking about doing some collab work on some Kickstarter minis and stuff, but he never actually got back to me on it. But I love it, very cool. Hey, you can do, man. But like I say, it was one of these things that he was. I don't know if he's just too busy or if it's not, you know, doesn't think it's like worth his time or whatever. But I was doing like I'd just done a Kickstarter that was about $4,000 for one model. No, that well deserved, mate. It's epic, that is. I've never dabbled in like doing full-sized anything. Cause I obviously printing miniatures. I've got printers appropriate for printing miniatures. But yeah, do you know what? Actually, let me give you this link as well. I posted it up yesterday, but I might as well do it again today. So this is my website. So I sell all the models on there and everything else. Doesn't it just? I say Rosie needs to see that, because that is like properly right up his street. So Rosie does all like cosplay stuff all the time and stuff. And he's well into that kind of thing, and I think he'd be right up for that kind of stuff. But yeah, this article here, I actually wrote an article about scale. So these, do you know, let's zoom out a bit. These are a bunch of my models here. So we've got this one is like a normal human-sized 32mm scale. There's a halfling at 32mm scale, a demon at 32mm scale, and a bear. So obviously you can see all the different sizes, but the key thing here is this, like, the density of texture is common. So things like the hair on her, the fur around his neck, the fur on his collar, and his hair, they've all got the same amount of detail, the strands are the same kinds of size, and that means that when you put them all together they all look consistent across the range. If you take a model that is made at 75mm scale and shrink it down, everything's going to be smaller and thinner and less defined, and it's not going to look as good next to them. And if you take a model of 32mm and you scale that up to 75mm, it'll still look pretty smart, but it's going to look a bit too chunky and clunky, and it's not going to look as good as the 75mm model that was done. So, and things like, again, we talk about a 1.2mm ideal minimum thickness for things like a spear, say. So let's say you make a model that's 75mm tall, and they've got a spear, and you've made it nice and thin, and it's got that 1.2mm diameter. It's perfect for a 75mm because that's what you want, you know, that's its minimum tolerances. But when you then shrink that model down to 32mm, and its spear was 1.2mm, it's now half the size. The spear is now 0.6, 0.7mm thin. When you print that, it's just going to be like, it's going to be bloody ridiculous. You're going to get failures on it, it's going to waft around, it's probably going to snap. But it's going to look bloody ridiculous on a tabletop. So you need to account for that thickness at all scales. And this is why it's important to factor it in when you're sculpting. So you need to know what scale you're sculpting to start with, and then account for that. And if you want to do multiple scales, you need to still make sure you go through them and change that. And then also as well, I don't know if you can see it so much. Let me show you one of my base models. Let me show you the blacksmith I've just done, right? That's a baker. There's blacksmith, right. So this guy, oops. So this guy here, he's not done to realistic human proportions. He reads as a human. You know what I mean? He comes across, you're not going to look at him and go, oh, he's an ogre, or he's a giant, or anything else. His hands are the size of a basketball, maybe, like massive hands. If he punched you with a fist, if he, you know, balled up a fist and smacked you, that would be like a boxing glove clouting you. So his hands are way too big, his feet are way too big, his head's way too big. But as a miniature, it reads right. Now, if I was doing 75mm scale, the hands would be smaller, the face would be smaller, the feet would be smaller, but everything would be more realistic, so the proportions would balance out and it would look right. And that's where a lot of companies who are making stuff at the moment are going wrong. They're making something that is a nice render and then producing it so that it's 35mm sized, and that's not the way to do it. You need to sculpt in scale, and I don't think a lot of people are not getting that. They don't understand that that's a thing. And I'll tell you, if you want to get into miniatures, my one critical bit of advice I would always tell you, right? So let's go to Games Workshop, just as an example, because they're a staple, right? So, and the reason I say Games Workshop as an example here as well, so it's not everybody's cup of tea, not everybody likes the style and whatever else, but let's say you do, and that's the style you want to sculpt in. Could be Corvus Belly, it could be anybody else, right? So let's just say, for the sake of argument, you want to do Games Workshop style. So you find a model you like, right? Could be Lord of the Rings, could be whatever. Let's just go Warhammer Age of Sigmar. Yeah, realistic proportions won't print right. They will if you print at realistic scales, but the smaller you get, the further you get away from actually realistic working. So if you go online and go onto My Manufactory, you know what, that's just sod it. I don't normally like to slag off other people's work, but let's just go and have a little look. There's bound to be one or two on here that are a little bit too realistic, because that's usually the way. A lot of stuff, I think a lot of people have kind of like figured it out now. Store. Okay. So as an example here. So this model, it's got some nice exaggerations in there, but to me that, no way. The stuff on the legs there, not a chance in hell. All that little micro detail is never going to work. The hands look too small, the face probably looks a bit too small, the feet are definitely too small. All of this little tiny detailing around here, you might just about pull it off, but I suspect there's too much detail in that model, and it needs to be pared right back to make sure that it actually is viable. Now, a lot of people, they do these models and they print them off. Loot Studios are terrible for it, so if you have a look at Loot Studios, I'm not even in the search for loot, that's a bit mad, isn't it? You'd think you'd be, if you just have a little look at Loot Studios, their stuff, you can see here that the size that they're printing things at. It's like none of their models, you can see the hand there, every single model they're showing you there has been printed at like, what's that, 75mm scale at the minimum. So they're massive. This diorama, where they've got all the models painted, all of those painted models are about, you can tell from the string, they've got actual proper thread there. That's about 54mm, 60 to 70mm size, but they've printed everything at the same size, so it all looks like it's part of a diorama for miniatures. This is crazy. This is what I'm talking about. You can see the supports are different. They've supported it in different sizes, but it's the same model scaled up twice. And from experience, their models are big models that don't work small. But they show it off and they show them painted and stuff. Look, you try and find somebody who's done a decent paint job on one, looking on community groups and stuff like that, because I don't think you'll find it. They're all painted like 6 inches tall at least, do you know what I mean? So it's just crazy, but so yeah, it's me ranting about model scaling. Thanks for the sub, Shepherd. God's sake. Oh, I'm talking so much, it's making me cough. Right. Yeah. So what I was saying, Games Workshop. Oh, no worries. I'll hang fire, Shepherd. When you pop back, mate, just give us a shout and I'll resume the discussion on training yourself on miniatures. In the meantime, let's get back to dwarves. Where did I put them? I wish there was a way of just naming the bloody tool. Really, really, really annoys me that I can't just name this thing over here so I know which one it is, or sort them so that I can, drag them and move them around. That's all I want to do. Bloody can't. Hey, no worries. Yeah, there's an important bit of information. I'll tell you when you come back anyway. Just give us a shout when you're ready. Right, let's call these shield dwarfs. All right. Alright, I'll quickly run you through it then and explain it. So when you're looking at miniatures and you're trying to kind of emulate a style, the first thing I will say is don't go off and look at STL miniatures. The reason, oh, thanks for the sub, Rich. The reason being is STL miniatures, more often than not, are made by somebody like myself where they're autonomous and they're just doing it themselves. And that means they've got nobody to answer to. So the only person telling them that their models are good enough is them. Okay? You look at studios like Loot Studios and Epic and a couple of others like that, they're in the same boat. They've got somebody who is the money man, who is at the top of the chain, who is handing out commissions, paying for things to be made, but they're not an art director and they don't have the experience of miniatures. So again, my background is 5 years old, I started painting miniatures. 20 years ago I started sculpting miniatures. Prior to that I was doing bits of sculpting and conversions and stuff like that, and then I went into full minis. So I've been sculpting minis for 20 years, but I've been sculpting actual miniatures with an understanding of the end product. And my likening usually is the usual analogy I'll use. It's like, if you're a chef, you have to taste the food before you serve it to a customer to make sure that you've seasoned it properly and that it's fit for purpose, it's edible. This is like the environment we've got now. It's like chefs not eating the food, not tasting the food. So if you don't print your own models, you don't paint your own models, how can you possibly know that the end product is fit for purpose? And it's a guess for a lot of these guys. So they're not painting them, they're not playing with them, they're not printing them themselves, they're subbing it out to people, so they're not experiencing it. And this is where I think there's a critical disjoint in the industry for the most part. So if you're looking at copying a miniature style, have a look for a reputable company like Games Workshop, Corvus Belli, Reaper, who have got actual art directors who will turn around to you and say, sorry mate, that's not good enough, you've got to go back and redo it, you've got to do this, change this, change this, change this. They've got that level of experience to be able to give you direction and instruction. Don't look at STL producers who you don't know what their background is or anything else, and then no, Rich, I don't, mate, sorry. I could, you want me to? Yeah, don't look at STL producers where they're their own critics, they're their own sign off, because you can't audit your own work and kind of get on with it. And the other thing as well is that, like Games Workshop, they'll spend months and months and months developing one model, and it will go through various iterations. It will get painted by the studio. They'll give them feedback, whatever else. There's going to be a bit of back and forwards iteration, and they're going to put out a model that is the best they can possibly do by the end of it. And that's not speaking about like the subject matter or anything else. I don't like Space Marines at all, but they're going to do their best to make a good model. These guys, the STL people, most of them are on a monthly grind where they've got to crank out X number of models before the end of the month to get them ready and whatever else. So they're on a timelines kind of thing. So that's the oh, Shepard, he was taking the piss out of Luke. Sorry there, mate. It was Luke do that. They give you props and stuff like that, but it's just bits off models that's just scaled up. So it's not proper stuff like you're doing. So yeah, so my advice, if you want to, say you want to emulate Games Workshop style for miniatures, the thing I would do, or the thing I'd recommend, if you're, whether you're new to sculpting or not, if you're new to making miniatures, so you go on here, you go and find a model you like the look of. So I'm going to go to, let's go to Grand Alliance. We're going to go to, I'm doing dwarves. Let's go Fire Slayers, right? So we're going to go Fire Slayers. We're going to have a little look at what they've got. Okay, so we've got Fire Slayer sets down. It hasn't even bloody done it, has it? Do I have to press a button to make it search? Do I? Don't know. Am I just missing something? Yeah, I want to see some actual meat. Right, yeah, let's just say this guy, for example, right? Right, so yes, it's £22.50, and it galls me to even think about paying that much for a single miniature. Okay, but if that's the kind of thing you want to make, right? My recommendation is you go and buy that model, you get it on your table, you assemble it because it's a kit. Assemble the model, and then sculpt it. Don't try and do it from photos. You need the actual physical thing in your hand, right? Sculpt that exact model as closely as you possibly can. Okay. When you've sculpted it as close as you can, print it yourself. So run it off on your printer. Do all the supports and everything else. So you've got the experience of doing that. Make sure you get your head around the support side of things, because that's obviously important as part of the sculpting process to make sure that you can support it right. And then compare very, very critically your sculpt to this one. And it might not be perfect, and you just make a few notes and kind of, you know, write up any kind of areas where you think you would improve if you did it again. Don't go back and tweak it and adjust it, and you'll spend forever just faffing around with that one model. So don't do that. Go and find another one you like. Pick another mini. Right, go get something else. You know, this guy say, and do it again. Do the process again with another model that you like the look of. And then when you finish that, do your critical analysis again. And then lather and rinse and repeat for however many times you want, yeah? Well, that is what I do. That's what I do. But again, this is that. The reason for doing this is more about the appreciation of the exaggerations. Because obviously you know what a real person looks like. You're familiar with armour, and when you're making your ridges and things like that. When you sculpt this, the chances are you're probably going to do what you normally do when you're making the armour and then pop it onto the models and stuff. What you need to then look at is when you print it, how defined are these ridges here on your version versus the one that's you've bought, that you've got in your hand. And when you look at it, you kind of go, well, actually mine's like a fifth of the thickness that it needs to be. But you were worried about pushing it that far because it looked crazy on screen. It's not what you're used to. But knowing that you're so far out on the actual final miniature allows you to kind of get over that little hurdle and start making those exaggerations on the model. So you will start with a base mesh. You will, you know, I use them all the time. I'll show you my base mesh right now. But I've got like I think I've got one in my. Here we go. There you go. Standard base mesh, pre-scaled to 32mm. So I'll start with that every single time. Do a few extractions, put some clothes on, do the boots, do the bits and bobs, put armour on top of the clothing then. And then, you know, sometimes I'll tweak the anatomy if it's going to be visible. Pose the model, and then obviously redo things like the, you know, depending on how the arm is. Let's look at the guy from yesterday. Not the Blacksmith, the Incubus guy I made. Won't bloody find anyone, man. Okay, so that again, it's the same kind of body I've used as the base, and I've just added all the armour and stuff on the top. So you just build up in layers, same as you would if you're doing, you know, your costuming and stuff like that. The difference is, again, the detail is going to be looked at far less visibly and far less critically. I think Hero Forge are a little bit too simple. Hero Forge models are simplified down massively because they've got to fit into a graphics engine to be able to be posed. Thank you very much, Shepard. So Hero Forge models, they look nice, but they are like super simplified. And there's no need to go to that level unless you need to have them in this kind of like engine that they're using where they're going to be posing them and stuff. So my models are like super heavyweight. I mean, you can see this this one at the moment. She's running at 4 million polys. It's not necessarily too simple if that's a style you want to go for, but I wouldn't use Hero Forge as a benchmark. You want to look at, again, Hero Forge, they sub out to people, and they've got certain specifications and certain requirements that they've got. No worries, Shepherd, you're welcome anytime. There's certain requirements that that the stuff for no, never mate. Certain requirements that Hero Forge need from the models, which is things like you need good topology to keep it lightweight. You need fat chunky details, but probably more so than you would realistically need for a miniature. The detailing, like the belt on this one, is no good for Hero Forge, for example. This bracelet is no good for Hero Forge. So their requirements are different. They're looking at it more from a video game side of things, if you like, because it's got to go into this rigging system and animation system. But that's not what we need for miniatures. So you could do it that way, but you're gonna kind of hurt yourself a little bit in terms of like your limitations. So you're better off looking at a company, like I say, get a company that's been producing physical miniatures for a while with a pedigree. Corvus Belly, if you want to go a little bit finer than Games Workshop. So Games Workshop stuff's still quite chunky and stylized. If you want something a little bit more realistic, have a look at Corvus Belly miniatures. I love Corvus Belly miniatures. I love the styling on them, and it's not dissimilar to the way I sculpt. In fact, when I started doing digital sculpting, it was this kind of thing that I was looking to try and do. So again, you know, a nice level of detail, but it's a proper miniature that you can 1 millimeter minimum thickness is kind of, you know, the most you want to, the smallest you want to do. Ideally, you want to go to about 1.2 just to give it a little bit more rigidity. But you'll see it in things like that, the handle there, the tablet, the rifle barrels. This is where these are the areas you're going to get this like 1 millimeter minimum. Ankles, Infinity miniatures, yeah, Infinity erase, Infinity miniatures. They are really, really, really thin. And just as a word of warning, these things are made in metal, and things like the ankles and stuff, they can be quite prone to snapping because they're so thin. So you get a female miniature, that ankle is going to be, I mean that one especially there, that is going to terrify me moving that around the table. You pack that away wrong and you're really going to suffer for it. But it's doable. It's doable. The male miniatures are, you know, again, they're usually really nice. They've got the really good proportions, the same kind of proportions you'll find on my models, because that's, like I say, the kind of styling I wanted to go for, rather than Games Workshop, which is more heroic scale, if you like. Hands are a bit too big, muscles are a bit over exaggerated and whatever. Yeah, they've got a really nice balance of, you know, high detail, but realistic proportion, more realistic proportions rather. So for me, it was Infinity that I used as my reference rather than Games Workshop. You know, and again, Infinity for me, it was I was playing Infinity, and then I realised that they were sculpting the models digitally. And it was when they started doing digital, I was like, actually, I want to have a go at that myself. I'm going to try it myself. And it was what made me realise that I can do better digitally than I can in putty. So yeah, that's it. Copy Studio J7. I know the name. Let me just check. Oh, Mini Painter. No, it's not the one I thought then. No, I don't think I've seen him before. Oh, do you know what it might be? I wonder. Colour schemes look familiar. I might have followed him previously, but I went through a little phase, I think, where I was getting so pissed off with seeing Space Marines in my feed. I think I may have followed him previously and then unfollowed because he was posting too many Space Marines. He might have been a victim of my call. So, let's give him a follow anyway. But it's one of these things where like you go through Instagram and stuff and Facebook, and all anybody ever paints is the Space Marines, and it seems to be there's a lot of people share the same opinion. But like if you're a miniature painter and you want to kind of get an audience, you can't get an audience if you're not painting Space Marines. So it's like people want to see Space Marines, unfortunately. So it's like one of those things that you either comply or you accept that you're not getting the audience. And yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I don't normally hang around any streams, mate, to be honest. It's not, aside from raiding out to a couple here and there, I just don't have the time for it. Like I was saying yesterday, I always feel guilty if I'm doing something that's not sculpting. If I've got free time and I'm doing anything else, I feel bad about it. Stupid, isn't it? But masked off a boot. So let's get on with doing the costuming on this dwarf acolyte. Cleric, sorry. Yeah, man. If you, I'll say if you're now you're on the Discord server, I think you'll get a notification if your stream is if your Twitch is linked to your Discord ID. It should automatically post a live notification into my Discord server on the streamers going live channel. I'll set up a little bot to do that. So yeah, if I catch you going live, I'll definitely jump on and see what you're up to. Well, mate, let's say you get on with what you're doing, and anytime you want to ask any questions, you're on the Discord server now. Just come and ping me a message. We're usually around. I might have the kids clinging to me or whatever, but yeah, thanks for dropping in, dude, and I'll catch up with you soon. Adios and have a good day. Right, how is everybody else doing today? How's Rich and Bunker? What are you guys up to? You managed to sort your printer out, Adam? Get this a polish with a slightly lower resolution. Oh no, mate, what's up? Which one's not been well? Is that just time of the year kind of thing, or is it you got something like going round? You don't have to apologise for not being around, mate. Life, innit? Life just bloody happens, whether you like it or not. Oh, nice. I've got a faux hammer video I need to watch actually. It was about the. It was a review of the Saturn 3 Ultra, and honestly, from what I've seen, it looks pretty good. The only thing is, it's favouring speed over detail, I believe. But I didn't quite get to the end of the video to see what the results were, and I'd like to know if it's a viable printer option. Because, well, basically, it looks pretty damn good, to be honest. I'm not a fan of LED printers, as you'll know, but this one actually doesn't have the bullshit ball joint thing that I don't like. Old dogs. Ah, fair enough. Oh, 40, yeah. I think my old English sheepdog Oscar, when we had him, he only lived to 14. And he was a big old dog, but he was really poorly when he died, unfortunately. But you forget with dogs, don't you? It's like, you know, like I couldn't even believe he was 14 years old. It didn't feel it. Didn't feel like he was 14. That makes sense. God. Oh, that's just what you want, isn't it? That's too small. Bump that. Yeah, that's it. You don't know they're not well until it's like almost too late, is it? Because they're just like, let's say, I don't know if they mask it well or what, but yeah, they're buggers for it, aren't they? Thinking of like is it Lethal Weapon? I'm too old for this shit. go. Mason's tools, what we're talking, like hammer and chisel? I was looking at, so you know I was talking about obviously doing this like 15mm thing. So I had a look at the Lost Mines up in Delver last night. Started going through like an asset list of things that we could, that we'd need to make. There's a lot of stuff in there. But it's doable. I thought, yeah, it's not too bad. I can live with that. So then we're going for all the stuff that needs to be done. Doing at all. You know, I totally forgot what I was going to say. Stupid. There you go, quick tip on braids here. Put symmetry on. Go from one side to the other. Like that. Okay. Until they almost meet in the middle. Yeah, so Lost Mines, if we... so I went through and I counted up all of the NPCs, all of the... I haven't got it on here, I did that on the laptop. All the NPCs, all the mobs, all the bosses, right? So I went through all of that kind of stuff. And the NPCs, I can't remember exactly how many there were. I'll say it was about 30 NPCs or something like that. But that includes like people in tavern. Oh yeah, people in taverns and stuff like that. That was what I was saying. And then there was like enemy mobs. So the Lost Mines Pandel was split into 3 chapters. So what I did was I went and said like, so we've got in chapter 1 there are, you know, 20 different goblins that you're going to encounter all in one go. 22 goblins, what I was saying. Then you get to chapter 2 and there's like 7 goblins. You get to chapter 3 and there's 5 goblins. And it's like, right, so I don't need to make 22 plus 7 plus 5 goblins because you're not going to have them all on the table at once. But in that first chapter where we've got 22 goblins, we're going to need 22 goblins. So we need 22 different models to be on the table. And I want to do them as every model's unique as I normally do. So there would be 22 different goblin models that are going to live on the tabletop. It might not be 22 goblins, by the way. This is just like, you know, I'm just picking numbers out of thin air and just example models is what I'm saying. And then I thought, oh, we don't really need to do all of like these. We don't need to do all of these guys in the tavern because they're NPCs. They're just there for chats and talking to, you know, talking to your characters and stuff like that. So you could probably roleplay those encounters. You don't really need the models for it. And then I thought, actually, like when I used to roleplay and used to see some of the games I've seen, a lot of people are like quite murder hobo-y. And even a character who's not intended to be a combatant might end up as a combat encounter. So it was. Oh, guys, give me a second. I've just got to get the phone again. Give me a sec. I was back in them. Yeah, so what I was going to say was like this character now that I'm doing is again technically not a combatant, but part of the reason to have them on the table is enrichment for the campaign. So you're representing things and helping people to visualise. The second part is you might be able to enlist them and get them to fight with you. And the third part, obviously, is you players might just go mad shit and decide they're going to fight them anyway, even though they're not intended to be fought. So here we go. See what I'm saying about the things? So bring them almost to the middle, and then you run one strand down into the other one. You got an instant braid. Right. So next Kickstarter, Rich. Let me show you. Don't know if you saw. Did you see Crystal Collapse? Did you see the screen renders we had yesterday on the thing? So there we go. Looking beautiful it is. So that's the mock-up for the game. So that's what we're going to be putting in the game box. So this will be the actual next Kickstarter. I say that, and I might actually end up doing the Descent into Avernus one as a little Kickstarter because it's underperforming on my manufacture on Frontiers. Who would have guessed? It's like the first 48 hours when there was early birds available, I had 5 backers, which obviously is pretty fucking weak. So yeah, I was a little bit disappointed with 5 backers so far on the Frontier. I mean it's like 6 now, but it's still pretty weak. And I think if I'd have done it on Discord, on a Kickstarter, I reckon I'd have probably got 30 or 40 backers in the opening weekend at least. So yeah, I'm not best pleased with Frontier's performance. I think it's, again, they give you a platform, but there's no way of getting traffic to that platform. So it's just, you know, it's all on you to drive every little bit of traffic there. Whereas with Kickstarter, like I went through it yesterday on my stream. One of my projects, it was like something like when I did the Kingdom of Telarius, 14 grand of my Kickstarter came through Kickstarter. You know, without any third-party sources. The 3.5 grand of that was me driving people to the pre-sign-up page. There we go. Max had a go. He's done a physical kind of like, you know, mock-up of the game using the actual proper minis I sent him. So he's actually been playing last night the game proper. So he was very happy about that. He was very pleased to be playing the game with the proper models. And then he's got his terrain board that he's been making, which is to take to Essen. But this feels like, you know, wasn't that 2 years worth of work or something like that finally coming to a head. So it's taken a long time to get there, and a lot of development work and stuff behind the scenes, more so than just the miniature sculpting. Although I don't think any of the miniatures have survived their first iteration. I think every single one of them I had to rework and resculpt. Yeah, every one of them's had multiple versions now. The Frontiers layout, actually, from the back end, I like it. What I don't like with Frontiers is the navigation side of things. But also they do it. They facilitate like the pre-sign-ups, which is good. You know, like the Kickstarter does notifications to sign up. When Frontiers does it, what I don't like is what they do is they set you up with a user group that people can self-enroll onto by signing up. So you allocate products there that people can sign up and get as freebies as an incentive to do it, right? So they sign up to this user group, they get access to these freebies. But then when the campaign goes live, it's then on you to send the members of that user group a message telling them that your Kickstarter's live, that your Frontier's live. But then it's like, well, why can that not be done? Like, Kickstarter do that automatically, and then they send everybody in that group another message at the end of the project to say the project's wrapping up, guys. If you wanted to back it now, now's your chance. Come and get it. And they just automate these things. It's just part of what Kickstarter does. But I'm responsible for this now. I've got to do those things myself. And when you're running Kickstarters, it's fucking busy. Do you know what I mean? You've got other things to do. You've got loads of stuff to get on with. And I haven't necessarily got the time and the capacity to deal with stuff like that. So it should be automated. But this is the problem: is my manufacturer, they don't do these things. There's no kind of like trying to improve the user experience from my end. All they're interested in is making sure that you've got, you know, the backers perceive it to be good, so they can get the money off them. But again, like Adam was saying, the interface isn't great, and it's put him off kind of wanting to go there, wanting to use it. And you know, Adam's not going to be alone in that. There'll be plenty of other people who are in that same. Do you know, fuck it, let's just get these gone. Let's just get rid. There's plenty of other people who are going to be also sitting there, kind of going, well, actually, I'm not a fan of the platform. I'm just not going to bother. But it's just like I don't understand why it's so difficult for them to kind of give you any marketing and promo space. It's like I'm running a Frontiers campaign at the moment. Have any of you guys seen anything come out about it from my manufacturing? Not from me. I can guess the answer. I think you do, Adam. I saw something that made me laugh the other day. They were talking about Gen Z. They're saying how like the Gen Z are kind of like they're rediscovering all these things that we've just always done, and they think they're discovering it for the first time and it's amazing. And the example was like a current trend that they're doing online is like, can you write your name without taking your pen off the page? And it's like, it's called cursive. Like everybody learned joined up writing when we were at school, like in our generations. And like they stopped teaching it in a lot of places. I think America stopped teaching it a long time ago. So like Gen Z are like kind of discovering this thing like it's a gimmick, like it's something fun for them to do. It's like it's just what we did. It's just what we've always kind of done. But I say it's novel to them, so it's and they're just discovering it. It's become like a little bit of a trend or something like that. Can you write your name without taking the pen off the paper? It's like, yes, we were taught how to do that. So yeah, so back to your question, Rich. So the next Kickstarter may well end up being my Descent into Avernus one to try and get an actual bit of traction on it. But that'll be a mini one that will run for about 2 weeks because I want to get Crystal Collapse then ready to launch. So Crystal Collapse will be the next Kickstarter. But then I was talking to a couple of guys on the stream, so Riz, AD, as a chat to Clute yesterday as well, Mr. Hackerslash. He's up for it. About doing a 15mm dungeon crawl. This is what we're talking about Lost Mines of Pandelver for. So what I basically want to do is, oh, and Adam as well. Adam said he'll get involved with this one. We want to kind of get all of the assets made for Lost Mines of Pandelver, and then if that goes down well, we'll do the new expansion to that. But the way I was saying about the model groups earlier, so like when I was saying, like, you know, there's throughout the whole campaign there's like 35 goblins, but at any single chapter there's only 20 of them on the table at any one time. We'll need the 20 goblins that appear all in one go, and then they can be reused in the other chapters, unless they're specifically different. So there's a couple of unusual goblins that appear later that we need to do anyway. But going through that, there's like 30 different or 31 different varieties of enemy. And overall we'd need 219 miniatures for just the enemy mobs. And then we've got the bosses. There's about like 24 bosses. Might be slightly less than that. It was around about the 20 mark, give or take. About 20 bosses, and then around about 30 to 35 NPCs, I think. So I need a bunch of sculptors to basically divvy up the work and take on some different things. I think Clute's going to do some. He's quite up for doing some 15mm heroes. So I might leave him to do, you know, because obviously you can't play a 15mm game with all the bad guys and have no hero characters. So we set Clute the task of doing, you know, 11 classes, male and female of each. Race doesn't really matter actually at that scale because they're quite small. I'm not even sure how much of the facial features you're going to see. Maybe we just stick with human to start with, and then we can add other races further down the line. Or actually, Lost Mines comes with player cards, doesn't it? You get pre-prescribed player sheets for Lost Mines. What was I saying there, Ad? It was compulsory to write in cursive when you were at school. Being dyslexic at a time before dyslexic had been discovered, I was given loads of extra handwriting lessons. Didn't do anything because at 15 you had the handwriting and spelling of an 8-year-old. Wow. Times have moved on, haven't they? Times change. Okay, so circlet we said, didn't we? Is that the kind of thing you were thinking, Adam? Circle it. Is that what you're talking about? Good shout. Some of his manky stuff there. Right, no problem. Realise the inside of this was completely hollow, virtually, and it's now gone way for thin to the point where it's getting holes in it when I'm dynamishing. Okay, let's just try that now. I think I can overcome this. Ah, shit. Yeah, minor automation, minor modifications, minor reworks, that's fine. There we go. Sweet. Let me get the hands. just get the whole thing merged down now. Merged down. Merged down, merged down. Shield Dwarf Mason. Auto grip input. Oh man. I have, mate. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in afterwards. I've still got like the thing to do on a hair, on a ponytail and stuff. So I'm just gonna pose up first, and then I'll put those things in. Cause I still need something on it to say Mason. Do you know what I mean? That's missing right now, isn't it? This is why I'll normally get so far with the T-pose stuff, and then once I don't need to do things symmetrically, or symmetry is not going to benefit me anymore, I'll switch it up. Where are you off to, mate? Do anything nice? Hey Sky, okay you doing, mate? I don't know why I called you Skyhawk then, I know you Dennis. How can we switch back, mate? You've only just changed it, haven't you? What have you been up to anyway, Dennis? Dennis, you do 15 mil, don't you? Yeah, not a bad shot, mate. I'll do that when I get posed up. I don't know if you clocked it, but when I when I did this, all I actually did was I took the base mesh for a male dwarf that I'd made, shrunk the proportions a little bit so the shoulders were a bit narrower, broadened out the hips, and basically just added boobs. it's just a male dwarf with boobs. That's right, Dennis. We're just talking about doing like a 15mm D&D project. Alright, mate. You take it easy, Adam. I'll catch you later, dude. Say hello to Sarah for us as well. You have a good day, man. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about, because obviously we were saying that the one of the issues with D&D generally is that you have all of these like nice miniatures and whatever else, but then you got to make like, terrain, scenery. It all costs you a lot of money to kind of like get everything printed out and prepped and ready. But if we were to produce it in 15mm scale, like instead of on a 25mm grid, you're on like a 12mm grid. So you can reduce everything down quite significantly. You get a much more complete table experience kind of thing. Just load everything up on a tabletop and still make it kind of so that you can move the individual single miniatures. I mean, you do exclusively sci-fi, don't you? Just wonder if it might be something you might be interested in helping out with. Looking at doing it as like a collaboration project with a bunch of sculptors. Then. Do you know are there many people doing 15mm at the moment? Like actually sculpted in 15mm scale? Because I know some people are playing in 15mm scale. I don't know if there's many people producing it. Do a bit more digging then. So just trying to figure out if we think it's a viable project. I think it is. I think I would prefer to play D&D in 15mm scale just because of the size of it, and obviously the level of detail for painting and prepping everything is going to be lower. So you can get your whole table kind of done and looking good in a fraction of the time and a fraction of the cost. Core. Okay, I see. Yeah, they're doing mecha models and oh my god, they bought the White Dragon Talos minis. I love them. I might have to buy some of them off them. I wanted to get some of them off Alan when he was selling them as White Dragon, but they don't seem to do any. They don't seem to do any fantasy stuff, do they? 6mm RPG. That's too small. Doesn't look like there's a lot. Doesn't look like there's any 15mm. So I know people do 10mm because it's War Master scale. So these ones here you're seeing here, these are 10mm models. Now, there you go, 15mm zombies, but modern sized. Ah, that one dropped. The one that they dropped. Well, they did the 15mm Halo, didn't they? But then something went a bit awry, didn't it, with the license, if I remember right, and that to like just give it away free or something, didn't they? Is that right? Am I getting that? Is it? I feel like I'm right with it. Yeah, they both sound like they're doing sci-fi or modern warfare or something now. So I need to specifically find out if it was if there's anybody doing it for fantasy, and I don't think there is, but I think there'd be a market for it. I think what we're going to do is going to do a little bit of a starter set. Maybe focusing on chapter 1 of Lost Mines of Pandelver. Just do the chapter 1 bits. I feel like that would be an achievable set of stuff to do. And then if people like the 15mm scale, we can expand on it and do it, knowing it's something that people want. Rob Parker do it, do they? I don't think they're around still. Is that like an old school thing, or are they? I'm surprised Rob Parker is still around actually. Do they manufacture anything like any games or anything like that? So there's definitely a market for 15mm then, is what I'm getting there. It's got to be less mainstream obviously than the 28mm standard, but I'm kind of thinking we do a Kickstarter selling, you know, resin prints of dungeons and stuff, because everybody's got all these like FDM ones. Cheers, Dennis, mate. Everyone's got all these FDM models and stuff like that, and they're, you know, for terrain and things. They're not amazing, are they? They're alright, but I think I had this one ages ago. Some of these I think must have been might have been like old school GW ones. Noble Knight, let's have a look at those. Well, they're pretty good actually. But you can see what I mean, guys, about the 15mm miniatures, the level of detail and the ease of painting. I mean, that's not going to take a lot of effort to paint that. Cobblestone casting's doing them. There you go, that's about the level of painting you're going to get on these on 15mm for the most part, isn't it? Like quick and dirty paint jobs that read on the tabletop, that's what you need. A little bit of highlighting. I mean, really, they could do with showing them unpainted as well, because the paint jobs don't help to sell these, I don't think. It's interesting. War Moister. I like that. Yeah, see, they're going to be 15mm. Sorry, 10mm. These guys are, aren't they? So again, we've got epic scale, we've got sci-fi 10, sci-fi 15, historical 15, 10mm, 10mm. There's no real focus in, I don't think, on 15mm for sci-fi for fantasy. nice. I like him. But this is where we're going to be pitching. I think this kind of style and like level of detail is going to have to be about there. Cheers, Dennis. I think what it's showing is there's a historical market. I don't mean a historical. There's an old market for 15mm. At some point, people still manufacturing it and still selling it clearly. However, not necessarily a current set of things. So I think I'm still leaning towards it's a viable option for us. Well, we're doing 40mm at the moment, which is going to the other extreme. We're going to try and be appealing to painters and stuff like that. But I do think but that's for like our own mini game. But I do think I think when we're talking about like larger format games like D&D, I think long term it's going to pay to have them a bit more contained, a bit more manageable. I mean, I don't think we even need to push a rule set for it, to be honest. I wasn't intending to. My plan was literally we just make D&D compatible stuff, and all we do is we go from 28, 32mm scale as a standard, and just half the dimensions of everything, so everything's half as big on the tabletop. So like I say, a 25mm square, that becomes like a 12mm square. So everything gets scaled down proportionally, which means that when you're dealing with your distances and everything else that people are used to, you can still deal with the squares, you know, in a relative fashion. You know, make it as easy as people and as achievable for people to use it as possible. Removes your barriers then, doesn't it? So yeah, no worries, Rich. Thanks for dropping in, mate. We'll catch up with you later. Easy, mate. We got a few lunch today, Bunker. Oh, cheers, mate. You're right, it's been a while since I've done that. Thanks for the prompt, dude. It's 2 o'clock. It is indeed, isn't it? Let me get this. Let me get this lady finished off, and then I'll knock it on the head. Some customer prints to be getting on, and what you had for lunch today, Bunker? You normally have some interesting, or more interesting lunches than I do. I'm a bit hungry at the moment. I need a bit of inspiration. Pulled pork roll. Ooh, nice, mate. God, you always have such nice things, man. What's the goomki? Stuffed cabbage leaves with minced rice and spices. Nice. In case you're wondering, you're not going to see this, by the way. Just show you. See? Hands all hidden. Hey Jay, how are you doing today? You normally only get them at Easter and Christmas. It does sound like a treat. Elbow? What spices are in it, Bunker? What kind of spices are we talking? Just chili, or is it Do you know what? It's that time of year where you need a good nose blow, don't you? My little one's been bunged up for days now, and he's getting right pissed off with it. Like smothering him in Vicks at bedtime. Fair enough. You're on holidays, where are you going? You off anywhere nice? I say you only work through the holidays. What do you do now, AJ? Hey, yeah, how are you doing? Nah, this is a dwarf and what do you call it? Mason. Hey, here it is. What is AJ? It does. She's a dwarf. It's got to be exaggerated. Right, let's Did you see it? Shall I show you super quick? Braids. My tip for super fast braids. Let's just give a bit of taper to this. Maybe not that much. I'll show you very quickly on this this dummy mesh. So basically what I do, put symmetry on. I'm just going to go like that. So you know, faffing about with curve brushes or insert meshes or anything like that. I'm going to turn off symmetry, and then all the ones on this side I'm just going to bring down in. Smooth and polish, and then stranding. There you go. Shooting done. Super quick braid. Obviously you don't need the back side of it because it's going to be against the model or whatever, so. Metaphorically, of course, yeah. That's it. Plaited loaf. Plaited loaf or braided hair. All the same. You just don't do the strands on the loaf. Delete that. What the heck is going on there? Oh. That's what's going on. Right, I think I'm ready to call her done. Oh no. Bowls. She's not done. I need to put tool belt. You think they should be bigger? She might topple over if they were bigger. I think I'll leave them as they are for now. Maybe the next one. The next one I'll do them so that they're like down by her knees. Right, the belt. Yeah, I love it when you get the NSFW models and people people who collect them and that. It's like, it's art. It's art. It's just art. Yeah, right. Just art. Not a kink at all, is it? Oh, do you know the bandit set I originally did her for? Her ideal man was in that group. Shit, I've got that back to front now, haven't I? I did a bandit who was based on Mackenzie Crook. Oh, in fact, speaking of Mackenzie Crook, don't know if you guys have ever seen it or not, but if you haven't, look it up and give it a watch because it's just funny. Sex Lives of the Potato Man. It sounds like a wrong one, but it's just properly funny. It's Johnny Vegas and Mackenzie Crook, and they're the potato men who they I think it's based in King's Heath in Birmingham actually. They go and deliver potatoes to the chip shops, and it's such a funny film. Hey Radie, how you doing? We were just talking about that 15mm dungeon crawler idea as well that we were talking about the other day. I went through and made an assets list last night, and there's a total of 219 miniatures we need to make as mobs. So basically single minis that we can repo, you know, like goblins and things like that. So you'll have to do like 20 goblins. So it's 30 different varieties. We're going to have to basically do reposes and then mods on them. But I think for the testing the waters bit, I think we should focus in on chapter 1 of the campaign for Lost Mines of Pendelver. There's a couple of bosses, there's some scenery obviously, and then there's the enemies, and the enemies are mostly goblins in chapter 1. So I think if we do chapter 1 as a 15mm, I think it'd be a good way of testing the water and seeing if there's a market there before we kind of get too in depth with it. Yeah, so I was chatting to Michael Clute, Hack and Slash, about it yesterday, and we were kind of chinwagging about it after I finished the stream. We're basically saying that like once we've done it, there's the potential then to offer alternative scales, because we'll have all the models posed up then, so we could basically then take those 15mm models, rescale them to 32mm, and then redo the detailing on them, so it gives it a bit of a detail boost, and then produce the range at 32mm if it's something people want. But I've got a feeling that the whole point of doing 15mm is to appeal to a niche. So I've got a feeling we're not going to get requested to do 32mm versions of things. I think people are going to want more 15mm. So we need to have a look and see how it's going to work out. So you're still up for that? I think it's an achievable number. It's not too, as I say, 219 models across the entire campaign, but if we're only focusing on chapter 1, I think most of the models are actually in chapter 2. So if we're just focusing on chapter 1, we've got a bit less to have to work through. Well, so I'll hold your hand through it and make sure you're up to spec and up to speed. So I'll do art directoring for the whole thing. So just vetting everybody's models, making sure everything's like right, and test print and support everything so it's ready to go. Oh, I fucked up then. So glad I'm not on camera for you guys at the moment. A massive gulp of coffee and completely overestimated how big my mouth was. Riz, I don't think it's going to be a big rush, mate. I think the best thing to do is just chip away at stuff. I think anybody involved in it is going to be a side project. But what I want to try and do is I'm going to make some heads and weapons and stuff like that have been print tested to make sure they scale okay in 15mm when they're printed. And then I'll load in with a ruler so everything is relative, and we can make sure then that everything is as easy as possible. And again, we'll make whatever we make, we'll use a component library so that everybody's got access to the different parts and different files and different armours and things like that, so nobody's having to make things more than they need to. And I think 200 models actually is going to come together quite quickly. Many hands make light work and all that, you know what I mean? So I think we'll be okay for a relatively quick turnaround. But for chapter 1, there's about 20 goblins, a couple of bugbears, some wolf or two. I think about 4 wolves actually. And what else we got? There's not loads. There's not tons. So NPCs in chapter 1 I think was, I can't remember if chapter 1 was the one where you've got more of the town. So part 1's goblin arrows, so you get a goblin ambush. Couple of dead horses, horse and cart, goblins, more goblins, wolves, bugbear, a couple of character bosses. So there's a goblin boss I think, and there's a I'll free myself up for you, mate. Just ping me a message when you're free, and we can have a chinwag on it. But I'm going to get this. It's probably going to be a month or two before I'm actually able to start working on it properly. Anyway, I might do a little bit of work in the meantime. Oh, right. I'm going to have to stop doing her now, I think. And get going, because I've got stuff I need to get done before the kids get back. I'm going to go and get from school in about 20 minutes. So, we'll start before the end of the year for definite. I'm just thinking I've got Crystal Collapse running in October, and I've got my Descent into Avernus thing on at the moment. And there's some models I still need to sculpt for that, so basically I'm going to have to get my head into that to get Descent into Avernus Chapter 1 finished, which is basically like Tavern Patrons and stuff, which is quite easy to make, but I'll get Chapter 1 of Descent into Avernus finished off, and then I'm free to start looking at this. So basically end of October is my goal for finishing the Descent into Avernus thing, so yeah, we'll go from there. Right then guys, let me just get a raid running. Mike's on, Brannigan on. Ah, Shepherd's on. He joined our stream early, let's go and drop in on him. Let's go raid him now. Guys, thanks all for joining me today. I might be streaming tomorrow, I might not. I'll ping a message on the Discord if I'm going to be doing it. I've got a feeling I might have to jump on that top secret squirrel project again tomorrow. So yeah, I'm just going to go and raid into Shepherd so we can go and see him doing some models for his cosplay stuff.